Recording in progress.
Hello.
Recording in progress.
Is to talk about the media. Yeah, that's the same.
It's the same one, yeah.
And broadcasting, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, recording.
Administration is the SVLHCD button on top of the desk. Because of administration.
But I'm still doing that. I'm not working great.
Not, no, you're in
It is
the.
IT too. It's like IT
Okay,
board clerk.
great. So we're not muted.
We're ready to go.
Okay,
Ready to go? Let's call the meeting together. We'll start at 4:36. We'll go into open session and please make note, we do have a quorum. And first thing, we'll look at the agenda and approve the regular agenda in front of you. Just want to look over.
What happened to Jindal? You said something about Dr. Jindal?
No, he has a public comment that I'm gonna read out loud.
Oh, he has a public.
Yes.
We have we've had the chance to read it. I'll take a motion that,
I'll move the motion to
do we have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we'll move along to the consent agenda. That was in your, we gave that to us on our computers to look over.
yes, we're gonna open. Hi, Dr. Bell.
So if you want to tell, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move.
On the second,
I second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll move down to approval of the last meeting's minutes. Either look at those or we couldn't send them to us to look at. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as written in the minutes for July 27th. Do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
On the second? Second. All in favor?
No,
Aye. Aye.
no,
Aye. Okay. We'll adjourn open session at 4:38. And move into closed session at 4:38.
this is Attorney Alex Reed, Chris, this is Donna Hafner. This is Dr. Hakimi, he's one of the John Surgeon and Chief of Staff. And that's Dr. Bell, he's a cardiologist.
First item on the agenda is closed session action taken. On item A, keep the staff report with information only. Quality review, the quality of care, peer review and credentialing. I'll entertain a motion to approve or disapprove what Dr. King has. Have a motion to approve.
Motion approved.
Approve. Second motion.
Second.
Aye, all in favor?
Aye.
Not in favor?
I have to say no, recuse because of my name in that list. Recuse.
Was Dr. Pandya's name on that list as well?
No,
Was it?
Dr.
No.
Dr. Tejal Pandya's
No.
name was on it.
Oh, I see, okay, yeah.
I'm sorry for the
Yeah, I
He
think
said
I've
that he
seen-
abstains.
okay.
Okay.
For the decision update, recommended action, we're going to information only. We had a compliance report. I'll entertain a motion to approve or disapprove the compliance report.
I make a motion. Approved.
We have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All approve, any disapprove? And discussion regarding the trade secret, that was information only. Item B, E, F, G, and H, and I, for time's sake, will be handled after the open session is over. So we'll move on next to the public comment. And do we have any public comment?
If you do.
I think we have one.
Request Jindal. Dated 8/13/2021, during open session of Sierra View District Board meeting on July 27, 2021. Co-counsel Alex Crace read excerpts from a complaint letter addressed to the board from CEO against Director Pandya. Procedurally, it seems that this complaint should have been routed to HR, vetted by the interviewing the only other witness, Robert Crace, and then presented to board in totality instead of it being intercepted by board counsel. Additionally, while the board duly chastised and censured Pandya for his use of vile offensive language, they need to investigate his accusations relating to a foursome meeting leading to illegal contact between board members and medical staff leadership. Citizens need to know facts and not be sidetracked by language and legalities. Signed, Rakesh Jindal.
Can I have a copy of this?
So,
It's public comment, so it's a public document.
Yeah, no,
We'll get
we'll get you a
copies.
copy.
We'll give that, put it in the file. Thank you. Any more public comments?
Would the board entertain an oral comment at this point?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm here to represent Dr. Pandya, and I wanted to just have 2 minutes of your time. I personally was born in Sierra Vista Hospital over 64 years ago when it was on 3rd Street. And I went to Wenatchee High School. I'm an attorney in Fresno. I've been practicing there for 39 years. I sent a letter to Robert Place today, so it's not technically before the board, but I have significant concerns about that item of censure against Dr. Pandya. And I think it's really important. Another item on the agenda is the policy that's apparently been proposed for dealing with public censure of a board member. And the gist of my letter, I'm sure all of you have not had a chance to read it, but the gist is that I do have, on behalf of my client, concern about the lack of due process that occurred in connection with the public censure. And I'm asking on his behalf that the board withdraw the censure and at a minimum, at least consider affording him the same safeguards that are outlined in the new policy. I think fairness dictates that be done. There's other legal issues that we could talk about, but I'm putting this forward for the board to give that some consideration as a way of satisfying one of your fellow board members because he doesn't feel that it was done properly from a procedural standpoint. Now, the net outcome after all of that may be that the board retains the same decision, but I think in the interest of doing the right thing in connection with due process, I think that's really what the board should consider. And I don't know procedurally how best you should do that. if you want to take the matter up now, if it's possible, that would be my preference, obviously, and my board's, my client's preference, but if the board has to do it at a later date, so be it. But I think that the gist of the message I would like to convey on behalf of Dr. Pandya is that he doesn't think it was handled fairly and procedurally correctly. And we're requesting that if the board would revisit the whole issue by applying the procedural safeguards that are outlined in the new policy, that would be strongly urged that the board do that.
And just to be clear, since public comment, the board isn't allowed to really respond or do that. We just have to put it on the agenda for next time,
Right.
next meeting, if that's what the board chooses to do.
Fair enough.
So we hear the request, and that would be up to the board to decide whether or not to put it on the agenda.
All right, fair enough.
Okay. Any more comments?
One other comment, if you don't mind, if the letter sent to Dr. Crace could be supplied to the board members, I would appreciate that, if that could be done.
Yeah, we'll get a copy to the,
Right.
yeah, I think it was just addressed to Robert Craig.
Yeah, but if, in connection with my public comments, if it would be possible to supply the letter to all board members, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comments, I move on to item 9, the hospital CEO report from Ms. Hefner.
Thank you. Okay, so I had the opportunity after several years to actually speak at the Portable Breakfast Lions Club. They have reconvened their meetings on Main Street, and I was asked to give them an update. I had gone in 2013, 2014, and my colleagues had gone in 2016, so it's been quite some time. So it was nice to give them an update. Some of this will be a repeat of what you know, but I think it's important. Definitely wanted to share with the board that from when I presented in 2013 and 14, compared to now, 2021, it was a significant change in just the stories that I heard from the members. So just want to share a little bit of that along the way. I talked to them about new programs, new services, as well as new positions, and a COVID update, obviously on everyone's mind right now. So just want to touch on a few things. As Melissa has reported today, our stroke program has been a 4-year journey. We actually earned the Gold Award under the Get With the Guidelines, as well as under U.S. News World Report. You're going to see Sierra View on receiving a Gold Award on that program. So significant strides over this long journey. Internal medicine residency program. We're the first in Tulare County to have our internal medicine residency program. We had our site survey today, and we did very well in our site survey. The ACGME physician out of Minnesota gave us some rave reviews, and we have a few corrections that we'll have to make, but all in all, she was very complimentary of our program. She said to me, "It feels like this GME program is very seasoned. I can't believe it just started on July 1. So I thought that was a nice compliment to the team. We actually are the only site in Tulare County offering monoclonal antibodies, and thank you to the team, have been phenomenal about getting patients in and getting them the monoclonal antibodies. We have taken patients from Visalia as well to try to give people that ability to fight this off. And so we've had some good success there. Endoscopic ultrasound, we have the only provider in Tulare County to provide this procedure, and we're doing that now. And this was the stroke program, which I touched on. And I wanted, these were some of the faculty and the team, and pictures of our residents up here, as well as our second program year will start next year. And just some fun pictures you'll see on social media. New physicians, just new to this list, we have an acceptance of Dr. Kwok. She is a fellow trained in colorectal surgery. She will be coming to us in the fall here. She will actually take occupancy of an office across from the emergency department is where she would like to locate her office. So she will be joining us shortly. And then just some pictures of our academic health center. We actually have it on our license. We are actually able to see patients as of August 4th. So Jeff and the team are working on opening that clinic 4 days a week, right? 5 days a week, and there'll be half days to start off with. We have staff, and this is some pictures of here in the bottom of the waiting room. Up in the top corner is our rural health clinic, and we are working. We have our nurse practitioner hired. We are waiting our survey. Diego gave us an update earlier this morning, and we're close, hopefully within the next 30 to 45 days, we're hoping for our site survey on that. And then Dr. Reddy, as many of you brought up to us, the issues with the process of laboratory outpatient taking quite some time. The gentlemen at the Lions Club were very complimentary of this new plan. We relocated it to the second floor. Ron has been studying the pre-change and the post-change, and we've made significant impacts from a 2-hour processing down to 20 to 40 minutes. So we're making a lot of headway there. Our only compliment that we've actually, the only kind of feedback we've gotten is for those individuals that do have some mobility issues of trying to get them to the second floor down that hallway. So we're working on some things there for improvements. And then this is some pictures of the rural health clinic. Actually, compliments of John Lee. He's got this silk wrap on these walls that really take us back to the heritage of Terabella. So this is actually a wall here, and the triangle signs are indicating the restrooms, but it's more impressive in person, I have to say. It just kind of really brings us to that community, and I'm just really impressed with the clinic and just how beautiful it is as well. And new technology, just an update. So quite a long process of getting that CT actually installed in the hospital. So we've actually completed that project, and that mobile CT trailer will be leaving on Thursday, which will save the district thousands of dollars. Unfortunately, it is going to stay open for a short time because we need to bring an MRI trailer in while we do the change out of the MRI unit. But we are, the CT trailer is leaving the campus here on Thursday. So we've had that for a couple of years now, right, Ron? Has it been?
Yeah.
So we're really excited. And then I gave them an update on PCI and the cardiac cath, and they were very, very encouraged, and they actually told me stories. So it really became a fun exchange with the members. And then I just wanted to share with the board, the plans have been submitted to OSHPD for the distinct part skilled nursing facility that was approved by the board. Here's some renditions of what the 44-bed unit will look like in the east parking lot. So right now we wait for a year until we get that approval. And then just a COVID update. I know you'll get more from Jeff. He has some things he'd like to share with you from the infectious disease side. But currently, a hospital since the beginning of this pandemic on March 10th, we saw 938 hospitalized patients. Currently in-house, we have 21. So we are seeing that trend upward. And again, I did a presentation with Tulare County Public Health as well as Quia Delta to get the message out regarding get the vaccine. Jeff and I served in a vaccine clinic last week. We saw 250 injections in 2 days on Thursday and Friday, which was the most we've seen since July. So very, very encouraged with the amount of people coming in to get their vaccine, and a lot of them were first shots. So, so there's good positive trends there to help give us some protection. And just some things that we as a leadership team about less than 14 days, well, it's been about 14 days ago, the state mandate of the vaccination requirement, as well as we made our own masking requirements. We went back, meaning that we went back to the more stringent. Anytime you're in the hospital, you're in a mask. Right now, what we're rolling out is those individuals are trying to determine the status of the employees, if they're vaccinated or if they have an exemption. And if they have an exemption, they are unvaccinated, they have to test if they're full-time twice a week. If they're part-time, they have to test once a week. So we're in the process of rolling that out for those that are unvaccinated. And that's the same for our medical staff as well. Happy to report we're up to 75% of unknown status for our employees. So we're making a lot of positive headway just less than 2 weeks ago, we were only at 65%. So we're making some good strides there. And then the visitation guidelines, they came down yesterday with some clarification. We, again, it's been a scramble the last 2 weeks trying to implement all these new changes. But we got some relief on visitors coming in with like a parent with a child, with a caregiver, with a dependent individual. We were having to implement a testing, rapid testing for those individuals coming in under emergency situations, and we've gotten some relief on that. So we are in the process of rolling that out to our staff and to be effective tomorrow, correct? Is the date, okay. So clinic, I just want to plug our vaccination clinic for those that you don't know, and for those of you seeing patients and have family and friends. We are at the corner of Pearson and Morton. We partnered with Imperial Ambulance, Sean and his team and Trent. They're doing amazing work as well. So we actually are there from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. We have had some pop-up clinics. We were at the K-Jug Fest last Thursday. We're going to be at the Burton School this Thursday and Friday from 6 to 8 o'clock at night. So we've got a lot of efforts around vaccination going on, but this is our physical location. And just wanted to introduce the team to the Lions Club, and that was a picture of our team. Any questions that you have?
You started giving the booster shots or not as yet?
September 20th is what we're looking at for booster shots, but
Yeah, it looks like that's about, we've not been given the.
We're not approved yet, right?
But it looks like the 20th of September. We will start with the people who got it first.
Now, it doesn't matter which vaccine do they take as a booster or
They
not?
prefer you stay with the same, but in an emergency situation, you can go to another, but there, if you've got Pfizer, they want you to stay with Pfizer.
You'd have to, with Johnson & Johnson, do one of the, you're gonna do-
Johnson Johnson is not a booster.
they're not gonna get a booster?
Only-
No, but if you originally got the Johnson & Johnson, are you gonna booster with the, you can booster with either Moderna or Pfizer
You're
or?
supposed to stay with the same vaccine you got previously.
No, I'm not talking about, what if you originally got Johnson & Johnson?
You, there,
You don't booster at all?
there's no
Okay.
booster yet, that those trials are not
Okay.
completed yet.
What are the eligibility criteria you're gonna use for the booster? Is it over age 60?
They'll tell us, they've not told us yet, but I'm sure it's going to be by whatever the rigor is they set out. I'm guessing the date of the shot and all those kinds of things to stage it. Otherwise, we'll be overrun. So to keep the panic down, I'm sure there's going to be some criteria we haven't gotten.
Interesting.
I heard some people are doing it, supposing they got Pfizer before, and now they'll go ahead and take Johnson & Johnson as a third shot. I don't know whether that's the right thing to do or not, because see, the Pfizer and Moderna, they affect the B cells, while these ones affect the T cells. So you're covered by both. You got like a dual protection. I don't know whether that's the right thing to do or not. I mean, do you have any knowledge on that?
No, I don't know of any literature that's out that tells us to do that right now, and certainly they're not advising it. So they've been very prescriptive. Johnson & Johnson is sidelined right now, and only Moderna and Pfizer will be given, and I've heard nothing about getting a Johnson & Johnson on top of whatever else you've got. So we don't even have Johnson & Johnson in our area right now. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Any more questions? Thank you. Mr. Dixon next will give us our July 2021 financials.
Afternoon. All right, so for the month, statistics, acute days were 6% over budget, 2,027 days. Length of stay was a little bit higher than budgeted, 3.94 to 3.91. I can tell you our case mix, however, was lower than what we had budgeted. So overall, the length of stay, the case mix adjusted was higher than we expected. Long-term care days were 34 or 3.6% greater than budget, and a little better than budget on outpatient visits. And when you compare it to last year, our acute days are up. Length of stay is a little lower. Long-term care days are 4.5% off from last year, and outpatient visits are 3% better. Revenues for the month, We were just about right on, we're roughly at 23,000. Inpatient is greater than budgeted, outpatient less than. Deductions from revenue, also pretty close. Supplemental funds is not too far off, so our net patient revenue for the month, $100,000 below what we expected. Other operating revenue, that was off a little bit. Some of that is trying to get set with accruals and everything for potential revenues from Medicare and like for DME and some other things, and those weren't present yet, but we should catch that up in the next couple of months. Total operating revenue, 360,000 below budget at 11.5 million. Expenses for the month, salaries, wages, and benefits were below budget, 327,000. You can see the various categories were below budget. So total operating expenses were 665,000 less than budget for the month. So overall, we had a loss from operations of 393,000, which is 300,000 better than what we had budgeted. Non-operating items for the month, you can see non-operating revenues, expenses, and our interest expense. So we were at 18,000 less in total non-operating revenue. And we did have an increase in fair value of 61,000. So we ended up with a decrease in net position of about $80,000, which is 348,000 less than what we expected. Current year to prior year looking operationally, and patient revenue this year a little higher. Total operating revenue though off from last year, and a lot of that was net patient revenue. For instance, for the month, our Medicare and Medi-Cal percentage for inpatient was 89%, typically 83, 84%. So that made it a little tougher for the month. So salary, wages, and benefits a little higher than last year. Other operating expenses less, so our total operating expenses lower than a year ago. And it's the revenue shortfall that led to the operating loss that was greater than last year. Staffing costs, again, below budget. Just when you're looking at it as a percentage of op revenue, slightly up, but again, nothing too bad. And then compared to a year ago, higher in total numbers, 214,000, and as a cost of operating revenue. Provider trophies, they were below budget by 117, almost 118,000. Compared to a year ago, they were up about 18,000. Again, some of that has to do with the GME starting up. We don't have the trophies related to that coming in yet, and some other things that can do a little bit of a lag. And then our key ratios, days cash on hand, still very strong at 495, cash to debt percentage, very favorable. Operating margin, not where we like it. EBITDA margin, a little bit up from, I think we were 5 or 6% last year, but debt to cap about 21%, and we need our debt service coverage at 1.5. And then lastly, we went to our annual credit rating with Fitch Ratings towards the end of July after last board meeting. They affirmed our A rating with a stable outlook, which I think, given all that we've been through in the last year, is a very good result. Questions on July?
Questions? Any questions? Any questions?
No, okay.
Questions?
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, got better.
Before we move on to investment, I'll take a motion to approve the financials as presented by Mr. Dixon. I need a motion to approve. I have a second.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All in no favor? Thank you.
So investment report, this will cover June 30 annual, and also starts off our quarterly reviews based on the investment policy that was passed in May. So in your packet, there's a listing of all of our investments at June 30 gives you par value, market value, cost, and any unrealized gain or loss. At that time, it's broken down by categories, so the types of investments. You can say the local agency will need to comply with investment policy requirements set by the state of California. To the California Land and Investment Advisory Commission. And every year they publish their local agency investment guidelines, which we use as part of our creation of our investment policy. Maximum maturity is 5 years. Composition of the portfolio limits the amount of the type that we can have. And of course, we've got to be in compliance with our own policy. So first off, our portfolio composition as of June 30, you can see that cash, CDs, corporate bonds, and like portfolio percentage of each, nothing is out of line with what the guidelines allow us. So we're in good shape there. And included in this is not only our investments, but it's also what's in the project fund and the lease acquisition fund from the bonds and the municipal lease that we took out last spring. The maturity schedule also kind of shows you over the next 5 years, but the first few categories are in 90-day increments, a 6-month increment to round out the first year. So about 9% of our investments will mature over the next year. 1 to 2 years, another 7%, 2 to 3, another 7, 3 to 4 years out is 28%, and 4 to 5 years, 49%. Then returns versus inflation. So looking at the last 3 years, so the 2-year treasury, the 5-year treasury, our yield, and then inflation. And we have typically been able to stay ahead of inflation, except for this year. It jumped up at the end to 5.1%, while we're earning about 1.38. It's kind of the environment that we're in right now with all the stimulus funds going in and everything else, and interest rates falling. So approximately 9% of the total portfolio will turn over in the next fiscal year. Our investment yield is expected to be about 1.17% in the next year. Give you some idea, the current treasury yield as of last week, 0.23% on the 2-year, 0.77% on the 5. We have budgeted income of approximately 1.6 million from our investments. And then the other thing that's required at the end of the year is certification. That's it reflects our cash investment portfolio in conformity with the state's guidelines and our investment policy, and also certify that we have the necessary resources to meet our scheduled expenditure requirements in the next 6 months. Any questions on the investment?
The investments that we have, that we showed are different than after we approved the other policy to. Like they're the same as the last year.
Yeah, things obviously as they mature and turn over, we might get another CD instead of a municipal bond. But yeah, generally we have to stay within certain types of investments with certain maturity.
Right, so when they mature, then you recycle them into better yield.
Well, no, I wish we could get better yields. That's the problem. What happened probably over the last year and a half is a lot of bonds were called because they could get lower rates as the interest rates went down. And so what that does to us is our yields drop because we can't invest and get more money. We end up, they call a bond that was maybe getting 2.1%, and all we can get is 0.8% on what we invest. But we just have to weather the storm.
Any more questions? Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to either approve or disapprove the investment report we just heard. A motion.
A motion.
Got a motion here. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
No, not in favor. The ayes have it. Capital budget.
I'll be presenting the capital budget for the fourth quarter. First slide is a budget breakdown. Fiscal year 2021, we started with an original capital budget of $3,092,578. Funds were allocated in first, second, third, and fourth, as you could see up there. Mid-year, we had an increase in our capital budget, which increased it to $3.9 million. Finances on capital projects. Capital projects in the fourth quarter is displayed with an original budget of $135,629. $123,501 was approved in the fourth quarter. $0 were dispersed at the time. Disbursements by quarter, 114,947 in the first quarter, 467,357 in the second quarter, 215,302 in the third, 1.2 million in the fourth quarter. Combining first, second, third, and fourth with a total of 2 million dispersed at over 3.9 million capital budget in that fiscal year. And this is based on all our open projects. Finances on contingency projects. Approved projects and contingency. We had an approved budget of 700,000. 66,334 in the first quarter, 40,023 in the second, 1.2 million in the third quarter, 59,528 in the fourth, combining first, second, third, and fourth, with a total of 1.4 million out of our 700,000 contingency budget. In the third quarter, we had a few unforeseen projects. Items which increase our cost in projects. Even though the cost went up, we were able to compensate and balance those funds with other projects that we had. Contingency disbursements, 10,155,000 in the first quarter, 168,374 in the second, 19,860 in the third, 153,196 in the fourth, combining first, second, third, and fourth, with a total of 351,586 dispersed out of our 700,000 contingency budget. Fiscal year 2021 project summary. So this provides you a little bit more information of the overall picture of our budget. So we had a 3.9 million capital budget with our 700,000 contingency budget, combining both the 3.9 million and 700,000 contingency budget. We were at 4.6 million. We had a cost of 1.4 million in contingency projects. The total cost of all projects with 5,335,479. We went over budget by 730,468. We had credit earnings from projects of 933,086, which we have a current contingency balance of 229,617. And that's based on projects that we closed out, which has savings, and that's where we have our credit earnings, and we're on the positive as of right now. Any questions?
So what made you go over 700,000 over the budget? Was there any particular reason or particular project or new project?
Yes, it was one particular project. It was the Pixis upgrade project, which is a house-wide.
And I can speak to that, Dr. Pandy. So on our Pixis machines, traditionally, we lease those. And then an opportunity came up for us to purchase those when it came time to upgrade. So it was a better investment to purchase them due to timing
we'd have savings over time, so we chose to do that. And that was the sum of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on, I'll ask for a motion to approve or disapprove the capital budget.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All not in favor? Thank you. We'll move on to item D now, the code of ethics and conduct for elected and appointed officials, policy and procedure.
Okay. The next three agenda items, they really all go together. So I'm going to give the spiel on item D, but it's, as you go through each agenda item, we can decide what we want to do. Last year, in October of 2020, we updated the bylaws and included provisions for censure. And through that process, the board wanted me to have draft procedures in place just to present to the board for their review. And then when that was done, they decided that I should maybe take it through compliance department and before we presented it to the board. So what you have in D, E, and F are three documents that have gone through compliance. I was the author, but they have been vetted. And the reason in particular that they brought up for this meeting was that Dr. Pandya did request that due to due process that we have more spelled out procedures in place. And so based on that comment from him, we put it on the agenda and we finalized these documents for the board to look at. Each one of them do work together. First, the code of ethics, which it's the bylaws are vague as to rules and policies and things like that. So we wanted to make sure we had a robust code of ethics. Cindy spent a lot of time helping put together. We did cross-check each of these against other public entities' procedures, different cities and county procedures to pull ideas from. So I like to call them sort of Frankenstein documents, as we took pieces from here and there to see what we thought would best fit the board and the local community. And we were hoping to get input from the board. There's nothing in these policies that is necessarily, I mean, some of it, the code sections obviously are set in stone, but as far as the code of ethics, it really is up to the board to decide how much or what to put in and what to put out and decide what should be in there. I mean, you're always going to default for different code provisions for, employment law is going to come in. This is really just to spell out what's expected of the board and how people are to interact. And then the code of ethics provision is supposed to work with the unauthorized disclosure of information for a closed session, just so that people understand what the ethical duty is to keep confidential information confidential. And so that's why we wanted a separate policy, because that is not always clear, and it would be nice to have something to point to say what should different people do with different confidential information, and then what happens if somebody discloses something, whether accidentally or intentionally. And then the code of ethics also, because it's routed to censure, we put together the censure policy. And that again has procedures in place. They're Frankenstein procedures. They're ones that I pulled out of the air to see what would fit best, but it's really up to the board to decide how the board wants to operate. And the legal understanding, which I think we heard through public comment, is that due process is the standard. And so I think whatever the board decides the due process standard should be is as long as we have something in place going forward, so everyone feels that they've been heard properly, that could help in the future. But ultimately, due process is up to the board, and it's one of those, I don't want to say it, there's no, you know it when you see it, sort of definitions. For that instance of facts, was the proper procedure given? And I think having at least some sort of policy in place to I don't know, draw out what would fit most situations would be helpful. And so I guess that with that general spiel in place, we'd just go over the Code of Ethics first, which is the first document before you. It's 9 pages. It was sent out. Did everyone get a chance to review it or? Okay. Are there any additions or comments, changes that would be needed as to the Code of Ethics?
Well, it's, a large amount of text you have and a lot of different contexts. I think it is best to table that for next board's meeting for action. Because it's just impossible to read that on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And so I think not what about even digesting the information and implications. So I think it would be best to table that till next month.
So, and I would like to, on that point, just clarify that it did go through compliance. It could have been part of the consent agenda, and we pulled it out specifically to make sure that the board was aware of it, and that if people wanted more time, I mean, it's.
I think in all fairness, it's an important policy that should have some considered review by the board.
I agree with Dr. Pandya on that. I think we need some more time on that to look into this before we decide whether that's or not.
I guess would there be a motion to table it then?
Who made the motion?
Move to table these policies for consideration for next month.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now, the unauthorized disclosure of privileged information, this document's much shorter, it's only 3 pages.
They all went.
They are all interdependent, right?
They're interdependent policies, so they each get their own agenda item. So that's why you're tabling the ethics, but they are codependent on one another. So I was assuming that,
All
You
of
might
them
make
should
it.
be tabled.
okay, so I guess we'd just go through each agenda item and table each of them. So we're now on item E, unauthorized disclosure of privilege information policy and procedure. Dr. Pandya, are you suggesting a motion that we table this document until?
Yes, I do.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And as we get on to the next one, one of the other reasons that they are separate is it may come up to the next meeting where 2 of the 3, everyone's happy, and then the third one, there's a problem, or maybe only one of them everyone's happy with and it gets approved. And the second, and by having the separate policies laid out, we can move at least part of the code. And so the last one, which would be item F, is the censor policy. On this one, I would just like to note that there's the code sections that could not only lead to censure, but would also, like violations of the Fair Political Practices Commission if there's embezzlement or use of the hospital for funds for improper things, but very serious ones obviously get listed, and those the board would have to take action for sure to make sure that it is, has an ethical duty to protect the hospital. And then there's all the removal from office steps that get taken. But it is important to note that you can add or subtract from non-code section things. So I think it's important that all board members be aware of if there's something in there that they want in there. It's not out of the question. We can discuss it. And on the flip side, if there's something you don't want in there, we can definitely cross it out if it's not required by law. Obviously, it'd be what the majority of the board wanted. On item F, is there a motion to table it until the next meeting?
Yes, so moved.
Okay.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
we can take these ones with us, right?
Yeah, they're public record. Well, they're,
Yeah, we can.
I think gave them out. Didn't we go over this last time,
No,
That'll be
in
some-
the last board meeting?
not these policies, huh?
we had rough drafts of them from last year that were there, but they
Right.
hadn't been through compliance yet.
Okay.
And the code of ethics actually got broken out and created into its own policy, so that you definitely haven't seen before.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Central Valley Healthcare Alliance Board Director appointment.
Yes, this position is a board appointee position. Dan Smith had fulfilled it. Since last year, we have not met due to COVID. But we are looking for a replacement for Dan Smith to sit on this board. And this board is made up of Ron Wheaton as the VP of Professional Services, a board member of Sierra View, a board member of Quia Delta, as well as an executive on Quia Delta. So it's a 4-person board that meets and has agenda items, and they follow the Brown Act accordingly. So we're looking, how often do they meet is probably the question. Again, since we haven't met in about a year and a half, we were meeting quarterly. So it would be, and again, we'd alternate Sierra View and Visalia. So it goes back and forth between both locations every other meeting. And usually it's a couple-hour meeting. So we're looking for a person to represent Sierra View on this.
Online and Dr. Segre. Nominate. Any other nominations? You can nominate yourself. Dr. Segre. Mr. Lamella.
I would nominate myself. On the board as well,
Who?
myself.
Okay. Bill?
I agree with Dr. Sagarani to be the nominee.
So we have 2 nominees. Let's vote on Dr. Segre first. And then we'll vote for Dr. Segre.
Me, I.
One vote.
Now, what is it? How do you get thrown in?
It's too much work, see, that's the thing. Who has time?
He said, none of us do.
I'm trying to, so what is the purpose of the?
So it's a joint powers authority that allows 2 district hospitals to work together because of the laws prohibit district hospitals to communicate and, so this joint powers authority is a vehicle for us to work and collaborate. So a lot of the initiatives that we work on are some process, a lot of materials management, supply issues, trying to reduce some of the cost. We took advantage of some of the contracts that have helped both districts save money by negotiating with a bigger volume of, so it's been beneficial in some of the projects we've taken on.
So even the materials, purchasing and all. Only once a quarter? Once every quarter?
That's what we were meeting about once a
We haven't
quarter,
even met for a while.
not for a year and a half, no. So.
Once a quarter is okay. I'm not sure, but, yeah.
So you also have to do your homework then.
Yeah.
You have to do homework on the agenda.
Well, just have to find some time.
Was it yea or nay?
And Liberty is,
I'm willing, either way, it doesn't matter to me. I have time.
I think Liberty would be good. He is already in the clinic management system.
I think either one of us are fine.
Then I'll just nominate Liberty for the position.
I second that.
okay, all in favor, I support Liberty.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Well, it's.
What just happened?
We'll let you know.
All right. Thanks, Don.
It's good. I think Liberty will be good.
Okay, see how that was? further? Thank you for
If you need help, I'll help you. Of course.
volunteering. Next, we're on item 11. Have the open session. We're going to have a privacy program board education. We're going to learn how to be private.
So the privacy program that I'm showing is more about the system and how we monitor the access to the electronic health record. There's much more to the privacy program. The patient has a right for confidentiality, keep their information private, how we use their information. So the privacy rights, there's the patient rights, it includes the privacy portion, and then the notice of privacy practice on how we use their information. So that's the first. So this, we have what's called PACEFAC. It's a software system. It used to be called SAM, Security Audit Manager. And we have our Meditech system, our radiology system goes into the software program, and there's 9 predetermined flags, like same last name, employee was accessed, same street name, the user accessed their own record, or a guarantor accessed one of the records they're a guarantor. Typically that's spouse or child. So what it does is sorts it by number. So if it's a user that's accessing their own record, it gives you a score of 100 because that's a positive match. And then what the privacy coordinator does is he goes down and looks at every single one of these and determines based on the criteria if it's a true and appropriate access or not. So that's what that's saying. So if we identify that we're unsure if it's inappropriate, we'll start looking, we'll ask the employee, we'll determine if it's part of their role, if it's part of their job. And if it is, we move on. If it remains undetermined, then we do further investigation. We look at the exemptions for the privacy rule. So your good faith, or these are some of the exemptions, and these are all updated with the new effective July 1st. So good faith, unintentional access. So I accidentally brought up the wrong patient in the electronic record, or I picked up a paper off of the fax machine that it wasn't my patient, but I saw the information. That's within our organization. There's just good faith, unintentional access. Mistaken or accidental is your misdirected faxes. So if we fax information out to someone that's a covered entity, so if I fax information to Korea, they're a covered entity. It may not be their patient, but that's not considered a breach any longer. If we have a business associate agreement or they're part of our OPA. Good faith belief that the authorized person could not reasonably have been able to retain it. That's very important for us because if we give discharge information to a patient that's not theirs, if we retrieve it immediately, then we meet this guideline. If they go home with it and then call and say, I took this information home, that's a breach because we can't expect that they didn't read it at that point. So if we determine this, we run the risk assessment, we gather an audit trail out of our system, and then we document the suspected breach, and we have an incident reporting tracking system within the software. So we start interviewing all the parties. We do work with HR. HR part of those interviews most of the time. We document all the findings, and then we also, what's new is if we identify it as a breach and we have to report it, we also have to go back 6 years to see if that patient had a previous breach. If they did, we have to include that in the documentation we submit to CDPH. So we notify them, we notify the patient, and if it's not a breach, we just document that we did the audit. So this is also new on the timeframes. We have 15 business days from the time it's brought to our attention. And it's not from the time it's reported to the privacy officer, it's the time anybody employed in the organization identifies as a potential breach. So if they suspect it, that's when the clock starts. So we have 15 days to do that, business days to do that. If we don't meet it, it's $100 a day fine until we do report the breach. And another new thing is that the investigation has to complete before we report it. So all the write-up from myself, anybody else involved, HR, the outcome of the employee has to be submitted within that 15 days. If we have the Department of Health and Human Services has reported that there's 500 patients affected. If it's a smaller breach, and we do this annually in March, we report the total number for that time period. And then, of course, if it's more than 500 patients affected without unreasonable delay, that goes to the media. And these are all the different penalties that one could receive. I won't go through each individual because you can see they can be quite extensive. That's it. Any questions?
The penalties are for not reporting or penalties are because of the breach?
Both.
Both.
We could receive the $100 a day for not reporting or late in reporting. If they determine that we're going to receive a penalty based on the type of breach or what happened, then we can incur any of this. We've not had one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Debbie.
Very good.
Next, we have item B, public records request.
Yes, just in your packet, there was two requests on July 29th and August 11th, request from a complaint for the complaint letter, and in the packet is the response. The complaint letter was not released due to the complaint was referenced as a personnel document discussed in closed session on July 27th and cannot be released without board vote to disclose at this time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the CEO evaluation.
There is an item in closed session that we would need to take up.
Right.
Okay.
So that has to be in closed session first.
The next item is,
We'll have COVID-19 update.
I have a question. So on this item B, you have both of the document in the package that I don't see.
Please do.
Oh,
All right, your COVID-19 update. I feel like I'm a Saturday Night Live kind of guy, come every board meeting. But as you know, we're escalating in the number of outbreaks that we're having with COVID-19. Mrs. Hefner already said we had 21. In the meantime, she's talking, we're up to 23 and growing in the emergency room. So this has been happening every day with 4 to 10 admissions of COVID patients. 95% of our patients are unvaccinated. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone in this room. You hear it all the time. Most people are not vaccinated. And so that's what's causing this particular wave that we're having. Good news is that vaccines are starting to pick up. That's a good thing. So we need to keep encouraging them at the clinic. What I'm concerned about is now at day number 2, we're seeing an emerging potential issue where people are taking ivermectin. Thank you. Which is an animal science drug for deworming, anywhere from a dog to a horse. And so we are seeing, I think, our second patient today who has been taking that. As I will say, put my science hat on, there is no proof that that drug has anything value in
One good thing about it, they won't have COVID, they'll want any
vaccine.
worms.
They will not get worse, but they are having a host of other issues taking that drug. And so I just say that because I believe it's an emerging issue. I've heard it's going on in the South a lot. Little did I think it would be here in Porterville.
Are they coming with side
So we
effects?
have 2 patients in the hospital.
Yes, yes,
Like GI side effects?
yes, yes. They're having complications related to their COVID illness that they thought they were helping. So
It's a horse.
very serious. So if anyone's listening externally, that is not the right course to pursue. I would encourage you not to do it. I did want to show you this graph. Dr. Bell, back at the end of May, just before June, you had asked me, do we have any of the Delta strain in our area? And I think I said, yes, they just had one sequence of someone being with that strain. As you can see, this orange here is the Delta strain. This by the 31st of July was a predominant strain, and it was the only strain. So you can see how that just progressively spread like wildfire. So this is where we live now with the Delta variant. There is no other strains in our area anymore. They've been overtaken. So I thought I would show you this. It was sort of interesting. And you can see previous to that, we had various strains that were in our area, not any longer. And this just shows you the proportion of total sequencing that they're doing. The Delta is that kind of mustard looking that's at the top of the scale. And the one that's emerging now is Lambda. We've not had that in our area. As you may have heard, it's coming from South America. So we're patiently waiting to make sure we don't get that. But that's what we're tackling right now. We have been in maternal disaster mode. Today is day 15, where we are holding 10 to over 20 patients a day in the ED because there's just not nurses or beds upstairs to take care of the patients. So it's challenging. We've lost a lot of staff, as many of you know, over the period of time, and we continue to lose staff who do not want to do this work anymore. So it becomes more challenging. Last Friday, we actually got some ICU nurses, supplemental staffing from the state. There was a bit of a problem. By Saturday night, they all decided to leave except for one ICU nurse. And so they left under the cover of darkness. Yesterday morning, yes, we got some more supplemental staff to replace those. And so far, it's going good. Fingers crossed that they will stay. And so it's challenging even for the state to be placing these individuals here. But this will help us care for our patients in the ICU, especially because we do not have enough nurses to take care of a full unit right now. It's sustained. That's a problem. So sort of a gift, and we have them for 1 month. Any questions? Okay. Yes.
So the care they're getting in the ER is as good a care as they get on the unit as well. They're getting all the stuff done to them and all the meds.
We do the best we can. As you know, an ED is an ED. That is episodic care, and it ties up the beds. So if we've got 18 patients holding the ED, we have 18 beds in the ED. That's it. So now we're sitting, taking care of patients in the hallway. So
patients with an MI that has nothing to do with.
We have to get them in and take care of them. We have EMS units on bed delays, sometimes up to 3 hours or more. This is not just here, it's everywhere. We actually got.
Delta is even worse.
We actually Donna got a request last week from their CEO to help them out. They had 120 patients in the ED to be seen, 60 admitted in the ED, and only 42 discharged. That 20 pounds of sausage doesn't go in a 10-pound casing. So
basically gridlock.
Yeah. So it's been hard on everybody. This is very difficult. So
what about using the PDC beds?
No, I asked that question just yesterday of our Mohawk. The state is not opening any of the alternative care sites again. They are not interested. Now, I will tell you, a couple of weeks ago, they said they weren't going to have any supplemental staffing, and then all of a sudden we got supplemental staffing. So I would never say never, Dr. Pangia, but right now they are not open to opening those facilities. We would never, even if we could staff those facilities, we have no way to expand. I have no nurses to send over there. So not an option for us.
Yeah, other thing, I don't know how the ER is operating, but somebody who can go home on oxygen, they're not that bad. I mean, they should send them home on oxygen. There's something to think about, right?
We have all kinds of, we're doing all kinds of tricks, right? How to get home oxygen. Sometimes that's hard at, midnight, you got to wait till the next day. And even if they qualify, they have to qualify for the oxygen. There's all these.
What's the return rate on those people?
You really have to get,
high that they come back from being home?
I can't answer that.
I mean, you really have to get creative, Jeff. You gotta get creative to
They're
manage.
doing everything possible
Yeah,
to
exactly.
try and get patients.
Think outside the box and creative. I mean, still take care of patients, but find ways to.
We're seeing 40 to 60 patients who complain of symptoms a day in that ED. 40 to 60. It's a lot.
Can you send a home care?
If they qualify.
So he's talking about the
do it,
O2.
yes.
Mhm.
Yes,
But
everything, we try everything. Yeah.
But the biggest thing that we're concerned about is keeping our, well, staffing, yes, is number one, but clean versus dirty. So we will be putting up the tent that we own here in the next week. Gary and his team are working on the construction, $10,000 worth of product just to get the asphalt flat so we can put the tent on top of it. So it'll be just outside a little bit farther down. It's larger than the ones we had out before, but we think that that's what we need just to be able to handle the flow with not having
Stage
dead
those
space. Yeah,
positive or potentially positive patients, so we can't bring in.
Back to the tent, huh?
it is.
Back to the tent.
Bigger tent.
Yeah.
We're just overwhelmed.
Mhm.
Well, the good news is, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be that, but if we look at the curve in India, it really went straight up 2 months and came down. And I'm hoping that's how we're gonna look, maybe even better. But India had a lot less vaccinated people. We have at least 50% vaccinated. At that time of the Delta pandemic,
Mhm.
they're only 5% vaccinated. So the curve shot through the roof, crisis came down to the bottom in 2 months.
That would be good.
So we don't know where we are on the toppers. I'm hoping that's how it's going.
I would like to see the peak sooner than later.
Otherwise, we can't take it till December.
I know.
Because right now I don't see the sign of the peak. So
I know.
that is really important to get.
a question for you, it's kind of intertwined in this. So how does it look, the September 30th deadline? Are we gonna lose more staff or is it gonna get better? What's gonna happen? Because that's coming. I mean, if they don't get their vaccine within the next couple of days, they're not gonna get it in the 4 months.
So it's multiple part question, right? So yes, you have to get that first shot by the public health officer's order in order to make full immunity, which is 2 weeks past the second dose by September 30th.
Oh, they want 2 weeks past.
You
second
have to
dose.
be immunized. for
Second dose by the 30th.
Yeah, I don't think they have to have the 2 weeks. I don't think that, yeah.
So that means you've got to get done, I think, the first week of September to
I think you have to the 8th.
make it almost for the second dose right then, so.
Unless you take the Johnson & Johnson.
Yes, and that's, you have to go find that somewhere else. We're not giving that here, so you can find it in the local areas. Some
We have it.
CVS's and stuff are doing it.
Yeah.
So, and then we have to figure out more guidance from the state of what's gonna happen on the 30th. So, but we're working on
It's 75% right now.
finding out
right?
75% of what
That's
Don.
better than a lot of
Well,
places.
that's good. It's
It's
much
better. But, yes,
Okay, I'm just worried that's gonna make a bad problem worse.
every hospital in California, I would tell you, every chief nurse is sweating right now in every hospital in California.
How many cases of the Lambda variant have been reported so far?
None in our area, thank
No, but
goodness.
do you know the?
I do not know. And if it's even being sequenced in the United States right now, I do not know that. Do not know. I'm hoping it does not make it to our borders.
That's even more deadly, huh?
It's more,
Is it?
More
virulent
Oh,
than the
yeah.
Delta. Yeah, so if we can't get this under control, God help us.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'll make one comment, don't come at 5 next month.
Yeah, 4:30.
Or you'll miss the close session. Next meeting will be September 28th at 4:30 on this room, and I'll adjourn the meeting at 6:20. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll go back into closed session at 6:30 and finish up those 5 items. 5 or 6 of them. For adjourned.
Is that 5 or 4:30 September?
4:30 for us, that's just for the general public. For us, it's mostly old man. The 5 I signed, but I guess.
individuals to serve as hearing officers.
Right?
Are we good?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
We're gonna go out of closed session into open session where we covered 5 other items, D, E, F, G, and H, and I. And item D was information only. Item E was information only. Item F was information only. G was information only. I'll entertain a motion to approve or disapprove the performance evaluation.
I make a motion to approve. No?
Will we approve it or we wait till
No, we
the?
need to
I would like to.
Let's wait for the person to give the
One
report.
week for next-
Yeah, let's not solidify that yet.
And I kindly request the member to please.
Yes.
Okay.
So then there's a motion to table that item
Yes.
until the next meeting?
Yes.
Table?
So who made the
Put it
motion?
on the, for next.
I make a motion that we,
I'll second it.
yes,
Okay,
Do I have a second?
we have
Then
a
put it on the agenda for next meeting.
full evaluation of all members and
Okay,
we'll
thank
come
you.
back.
Table?
And we'll put it
We
on
have
for next
a
month.
motion, we have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Dr. Pandy, are you a nay or?
Last item, information only, and we'll adjourn at 8:14.
Thank you. Stay safe and COVID free.
Thank you.
So we'll get the third dose soon.
Yes.
In September,
All of you guys got it really early, right?
I got
Early
Pfizer.
December. No, but they got vaccines like in
Yeah, 8
December.
months.
Mine was on January 12th.
Yeah, I've been 8 months.
They got it December, like, what?
Any reason we can do some regulation?
They have